Hi everyone, hi Les. Thank you for the first. I am here. I'm just, you know, sucking ice through a straw. 'Cause that's just what we do nowadays. How are we? I hope we're good. Oh, God. I be burping. Just out of curiosity, I kind of want to see if I can get something to work. I don't think it will, but we'll test it. I feel like I'm always doing shit live on stream just to see if I can get it to work. I don't think it will work, but we'll see. Cool. I got it to work. It's so loud. Can I turn that down? Hold on, that's so loud. Oh my god. Oh my fuck. I say tape it on. Okay, Jesus. Is that still gonna be loud as hell? Hold on, we're gonna test it real quick. Oh, cool down. Alright, we'll see. Girls in bikinis, on roller skates in outer space. Girls in bikinis and bright heels. New white heels, girls in bikinis, ooh. I hope everybody's having a good day. Those fucking ads are ruining my vibes. Girls in bikinis on roller skates in outer space. I said, girls in bikinis and platform heels. Hi, White Brow, how are you? Are you at work again? Ooh, the boys in bikinis too. So we look good on you. Oh, you're off today? Hell yeah. I want to see boys in bikinis, honestly. Hey chat, can I see boys in bikinis, please? Hey chat. Also, I'm gonna see if this is still loud as fuck, and if it is, I'm gonna turn it off. I have to wait 27 more seconds! Ah! Girls in bikinis on roller skates in outer space. I said, girls in bikinis and platform heels. Oh boy. I just want to see boys in bikinis too. No, I'm already watching Demon Slayer right now. I can't also listen to Demon Slayer right now. Alright. When can I do the thing? Now! Oh, it's still so loud! Oh, it's so loud! I'm turning it off. It's too loud. Why is it so loud? Ah! I'm turning it off. It's too loud. Okay. I'm not scared. I'm not scared, even from the start. I'm not scared of the dark, Album dropping when? Never. I have anxiety. Never. I get anxious. I get anxious. I want the beautiful singing. Oh, I appreciate it. I mean, I am doing a cover. That gets released the same day as my debut. I've said that already though, so y'all already know that. I feel like I spend so much of my life streaming and just like repeating myself because I worry that like, well, maybe they don't know. Like, girlie, you said it like not that long ago. They know. All right. Hey, we're playing Gooba Ball. I'm gonna, hold on, I'm gonna connect it to my Twitch. I don't know if I should do this, but I'm doing it. Hi, Gore. What's Gooba Ball? Gooba Ball is a game that was made by VTubers. So Gooba Ball is a game that was made by the VP-chan team, which you guys would know as AI Candy, Buff Pup, who all is in? Hold on. VP-chan. Fucking yeah, Vichiban, that's what it is. Vichiban. Vichiban is the VTuber indie group that is made up of AI Candy. It's made up of Buff Pup. It's made up of Rose Doodle and Shia Bun. I love Buff Pup. I am a heavy Buff Pup fan. And me and AI Candy are mutuals, which I just discovered. Since fucking when? Anyways. Huh? Hold on, I'm discovering this live. Since when was I mutuals with AI Candy? What? Okay. Anyways, we'll get back to that on a later date. They made 2 games this year. And of those 2 games, they made a FNAF version game. And then they also made Gooba Ball. This is Gooba Ball. I'll probably play their Meet Yoshi is their FNAF game. Their FNAF styled game. I'll probably play that at some point, but that you have to pay for. Gooba Ball, however, is free, and out of what I can tell, it is essentially just like another version of Suika game. So I wanted to try it out, and it just came out, I think, a couple days ago. So I wanted to try it and see how it is. Yeah, you gotta goob your balls. And I'm a dog, so it only makes sense to goob my balls, right? Okay, so we're gonna goob some balls. All right. Oh, yeah, see, that's a little Buff Pup. Should I move myself? Am I in the way? Nah, it's cool. Y'all can see my score. Since forever? Yeah, I guess so. Shy Lily responded to the drama. I saw. I did see that. I'm gonna take off my jacket so y'all can see. I did see that. I feel really bad for her, honestly. Getting dragged into shit that you want nothing to do with is definitely not fun. Oh, are you so fucking for real right now? Whee! Okay, we got a Rosadoodle cat. But yeah, no, getting dragged into shit that you want nothing to do with is extremely obnoxious. So I definitely do feel for her. Because God knows that shit sucks. I've never experienced it. But I'm sure I will one day. And I'm sure it'll make me want to die. Gotta catch it before it rolls away. I took my jacket off. I did. Touch. Thank you. All right. Oh! Rosie! She here. She real. Rosie real. Rosie real. Okay. Oh, fuck. Roll into each other. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Do you take your meds today? No, I forgot. Bet. Okay. Alright, there we go. Go ahead and separate everybody accordingly. Gore, make her take her meds. I just forgot! It's not that big of a deal. Sometimes you forget to take your meds. It happens. Okay. Oh, shit. This is not ideal, gang. Gang, this is not ideal. Can I worm that in? I cannot. Okay, okay, okay. That's touching. I'll take it. We'll drop, everyone stop watching until she takes her med- No! You would abandon me like that? How were that not touching? That's bullshit. Move! Thank you. I don't have a drink. Can you bring me just like a root beer or something? I drank it all. Gore's gonna kill me. I forget like 60% of the time that my allergies make me regret it for the rest of the day. Relatable. I don't have allergies though. My meds are... God damn. My meds are for my mental health. The mythical thing known as your mental health. Okay, we've managed to get... Oh, thank you. We've managed to get 2 buff pups. How many buff pups can you get? Can you get? Can you get? Hi, Berkey Turkey and Pope Snoo Snoo. Long time no see, Pope. Sorry. Root beer's fizzy. Okay, I took my meds. I did it! Whee! Whee! Oh god. I may have made a mistake. Uh-oh. I think I may have made a mistake. Happy Pride's Month. Men's Mental Health Month. Oh, fuck yeah. June is a great month, honestly. For all the things. I shouldn't have done that. I should have been looking at what comes next. Oh, maybe I did right. Maybe I did good. Everyone can continue watching now. God damn it! Can't believe y'all are holding me hostage until I take my medication. Oop. Oop. Oh, you gotta be so for real. Okay, there we go. I panicked. I panicked! Alright, I need to... Can I scooch? We need to scooch this one over a little bit. Whee! Oh, thank you for the pets. We just care about you. I appreciate it. I'm glad that y'all care about me, but also rude. Thank you for the bark, Gore. Oh, fuck me. Okay, okay. We can do this. We can do this, gang. Okay, we're gonna yeet that there. So we can yeet this here. Shit! I need extra weight! Come on! Come on, make it touch! They're touching. Okay, there we go. I about to say, try and look at me and tell me that those aren't touching. Come on! Come on! Oh, goodness. Touch! Touch! Okay! Thank you for feeding, Graham. And thank you so much for the Cyan Gray Fox, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a great day and welcome to the Dog Pound. Soon to be Dog Cult. Don't worry about the dog cult thing yet, chat. It's none of your business quite yet. More on the cult will come. Do not fret. Huh. Alright. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I treated myself to a fatty steak the size of my plate, some potatoes, and a salad. Ooh, that sounds so yummy. I had a double filet fish from McDonald's. Thank you for the stretch. And the posture check. I will fix my posture, I promise. I will unshrimp. No more shrimp for me. I feel like chat should be told before they join a cult. No. Y'all don't mind joining my cult, do you? Can we move her head a little bit? We cannot. Okay. Boop. 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 Oh! Push her down! We can do it! Push! All right. We're in a weird spot now. We are in a weird spot now. For real? What is happening? We're just stacking. Things are not looking good. I'm trying to like push her head down a little. It's not really working. Well, shit. Uh-oh. Balls! Lots of them! That's an achievement for sure. Okay. Can I push down a little more? Good, 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 good. Okay. Sausage and rice? Ooh, I can't have sausage. But that still sounds like a very yummy dinner. What if I cried? Shit. If you could be mutuals with 2 content creators of your choice, who would it be? Well, I'm already mutuals with, like, my icon, Miss Zentrea herself. So, honestly, I'm pretty happy with that. But if I had to pick a second one, I mean, honestly, maybe Buff Pup. I like the idea of being mutuals with somebody who has similar vibes. You know? I feel like me and Buff would get along. I feel like we'd find the humor in the same things. But also, like, I don't know, like, if I'm gonna be mutuals with, like, somebody I look up to, like, I think it'd be cool if we got along. I think it'd be cool if, like, maybe we became friends. I know that that's, like, not very likely. Just 'cause of the way it is to be a VTuber. Can I push this to the side? Oh, hell yeah, I can. Okay, now we need to push Buff that way. There we go. Come on. There we go. Roll around down there, y'all. I feel like Buff Pup would be a super cool mutual. Honestly, I kind of look up to her a lot too. I didn't used to, not because like I didn't like her or anything, just because like I didn't really know all that much about her. But kind of like the more I've learned about her, the more I think she's like super cool. Also, she knows how to work out, which I've been trying to teach myself how to do, and I've been really struggling with it. I need like a motivator buddy, like somebody to like help me like find workouts to do and like keep up with them and shit. I really struggle with that kind of— oh, fuck me. I didn't mean to click that. Shit. If I could pick one content creator to collab with, Zentrea. I think that'd be super fun. Girl, go down. Oh my god. Oh shit. All right. Damn, we're ticking up though. Trying to push your head down, but it's not working. Luck. I'm doing my best. I want to see where I end up on the mark. All right, all right. The music's kind of nice. Yeah, I kind of dig it. All right. Start small, gang. All right. Let her build over there. But I don't know, like, I feel like Buff Pup is a cool person. I don't really like, it sounds weird to say, like, as a VTuber, but I don't really watch a whole lot of other VTubers. I just don't really have the time for it. I spend a lot of my time, like, sounds self-centered, but I spend a lot of my time focusing on, like, my own VTubing career and how to make it better. And so I don't spend a whole lot of time, like, watching other VTubers. But I do, like, follow a lot of other VTubers that just have, like, piqued my interest over the years. So honestly, like, there's a lot of VTubers I think I would get along with personality-wise. But I'm shy. And I know, like, some people don't care about numbers, but I know that a lot of big VTubers, like, worry about, like, oh, is this person only reaching out to me because I'm a big VTuber, not because they actually, like, want to get to know me. And I don't like feeling like I'm adding to that stress. If that makes any sense. Because it's not my intention. I don't really give a shit about numbers. I don't care. Some of the people I consider myself closest to in the community have, like, 500 followers. I don't give a shit at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, truly at the end of the day, like, that kind of stuff doesn't really bother me. But also, I recognize that for, at least, like, for me, like, becoming mutuals with people, I have to like the content that you post. Like, if you're just, like, retweeting, like, other people's content all the time, I probably won't follow you or maybe not stay mutuals with you for very long. Not because I dislike you, but just because, like, if my dashboard is getting cluttered up with stuff that I'm just not remotely interested in, you know? And it's not like a personal thing, it's just like, I don't care for this thing, and this person posts a lot of it, so maybe I'll, like, mute them. But then I feel really bad muting people too, because I'm like, oh, well, now if they want to reach out to me, I might not see it. I let myself feel guilty for a lot of things. I'm kind of a baby. Oh, you know. It wasn't quite what I wanted, but it still worked. Oh god. Can we scooch this buff down a little? Oh, that's not what I intended to do. But it happened anyways. Shit. I wanted to scoot this buff pup down a bit. It was my intention. That didn't really work. It didn't really go according to Keikaku. shit. Can I scooch you two over just a tad? Very nice. And then I can slide that in there. Very good. Oh, this run's going so much better. And then we're just gonna push you down. There you go. I'd love to be mutuals with you, but I guess not. It's not like a personal thing, I promise. It's not like, don't take it personally, please. The way I'm picky about my mutuals has nothing to do with like who you are as a person and everything to do with whether or not like I'm interested in the content you produce. I actually just went through my Twitter following count recently and kind of like deleted some people out of my following list. A lot of it were VTubers I used to be friends with that stopped streaming and kind of disappeared off the face of the earth. Which made me really sad to do, by the way, because I was like, where did you go? I miss you, like... I'm like a girlfriend. I'm like, where have you gone? I'm so fucking obnoxious. She's barely mutuals with me. True. I don't know, I get sad sometimes when I realize that like people I used to follow or used to like talk to from time to time just aren't around anymore. I'm like, where'd you go? Thank you for the pets and the barks. How are you? Jesus. We're in a rough spot, gang. Oh, and I may have just made it rougher. Oh no. Or like Basil and Boo. I adore Basil and Boo. But like I'm mutuals with Boo, not Basil. Which makes sense to me because Basil's an artist, so I imagine he wants his dashboard filled with like art and like fellow artists. So like I've never taken that personally. In the slightest. Because I get it. But that being said, I would love to do stuff with Boo. I adore Boo. I think she's super funny. I think she's really sweet. I would love to do more stuff with Boo. But just because you're mutuals with somebody doesn't automatically make you friends with them. Which is a hard thing to remember sometimes. Not to say if I reached out to Boo, she wouldn't want to do something. I just would never reach out to Boo because I am nervous. I am Norbus. God damn it. Motherfucker. I'm fine, how are you? I'm good. It is getting rough in here though. I have so many heads. Please! Just go down! Oh no. Oh gods. Oh gods above. This looks like Suika game, but with chibi heads. It is Suika game, but with chibi heads. You're correct. And I'm discovering right now that there's probably a reason I never got in on the Suika game trend, and it's because I would have been really bad at it. Is what I'm currently discovering. Oh god. It's probably for the best I never got in on it. Oh. This looks like an easy game for babies. Shut up! You're nervous about reaching out to everyone? I am! Yeah! Hell, I wouldn't have become friends with Ducky if chat hadn't bullied me into reaching out to her. I struggle with reaching out to people. It makes me nervous. Can you just go where you need to be? Be so for real. if chat... Are you fucking serious? If chat hadn't bullied me into reaching out to Ducky, do not go over that line. I'm going to cry. I never would have done it, and me and Ducky would not be friends to this day. I'll admit it. I'm the worst at this shit. We need to bully you into reaching out to Boo? No. Because if Boo doesn't respond, I'll cry. I'm kidding! I won't. I might. But it won't be Boo's fault that I'm crying. It's my own fault. Oh, God. Shit. Did I do better that time, at least? I did. Alright, how high am I on the list now? Alright. Help, the VTuber is relatable. Look, I get nervous. I get a little nervous. People are scary. No, fuck me. Sometimes I get a little scared of strangers. Okay, everyone, bully your Oshi. Shut up! No bully! Not nice! Bully not nice! No bully! Please! Are you so fucking for real right now? Oh my god. Oh, fuck me. This is awful. See, that rolled right where I didn't want it to? Shit. Fuck. Gang, we're screwed. A bad start. I'm not sure if we can salvage this one. What are you threatening me with? Bully her into reaching out? I don't know who Peach wants to reach out to, but I'll just tweet at him and tag them saying, hey, at insert person. No! Don't do that! That's embarrassing! I had somebody... God, I don't even remember who it was. It was probably Kula, honestly. Who fucking... I had a dream about Corpse Husband once. During a period of time where he was in hiatus, and I was like, man, I don't know. Like, I don't know the dude, but the dream worries me a little bit that, like, something might be going on. And that's why he's in hiatus. I hope he's alright. I like his music. Why did this person DM them? And was like, somebody DM'd him and was like, hey, my favorite VTuber has dreams about you. What? Why would you do that? I had to message this man and apologize. Don't ever make me have to apologize for my community ever again. That shit's embarrassing! I had to be like, sir, I am so sorry. My community sucks. They don't understand boundaries. You guys put me through hell sometimes. It was probably Kula. It fucked with me. I was like, shit! Oh god, slide to the right, please. Just a little more. You can do it. There you go. So when are we getting trained? Trained? For what? Stop telling people to bully me! I don't like it! I don't want to be bullied! I'll make friends when I make friends! I'll get there at my own pace! Don't bully me! I know I'm god-awful at it, but I'll make friends when I'm ready! God damn it! Let me be pussy! Let me be big baby. Oh. 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 Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work. I don't even know why I tried that. That was a stupid attempt. Be ready! Be ready for what? Y'all scare me. Out here fucking, oh, you ready? And I'm like, fucking, for what? Am I ready for what? Oh, you ready? I'm running for my life. Oh, this is dumb. Okay, sure. Fucking whatever, I guess. Be ready now or we'll do so on your behalf. No! I don't appreciate being bullied in this way. I find it very rude, frankly. Let a bitch be scared for once. Can bitches not have anxiety anymore? Hate these little ones. Like, what? Ugh. Ugh. We are but a puppet for Gore's bit. When did you turn on me? When did Gore become the streamer? I'm sorry. Nobody told me when that happened. Well, apparently Gore's the streamer now. Gore runs the show. Don't fucking know when that happened. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, y'all can go further down. Don't be like that. Touch. Touch. You know you want to. There we go. Touch. Touch some more. I find it sexy when you touch. Cause every time we touch, I get this feeling. And every time we kiss. What has your community ever done you wrong? This is stream husband privileges. I'm about to take away your stream husband privileges, sir. No, don't. Can I ground Gore from his stream husband privileges? Is there like a role I can take away from Gore? So he can never do this to me again. Go down! God fucking damn it. Oh, Jesus. Go this way. Shit. Scooch! Fucking don't, I guess. Gore got promoted. Congrats. Stop! No! Don't congratulate this man. Alright, I'm gonna play my own music. I'm not running. This could be interpreted as a divorce, which has not been thought of since the One Piece roleplay. Look. He should have behaved. He should have behaved is all I have to say. Oh, I can click and point. Oh shit. I didn't realize I could click and point. I didn't realize clicking and pointing was an option. Do I have better control click pointing? We're about to find out. Alright, we got rabbits. Yeah, song name is back. It's fixed. I fixed it. You're welcome. I made sure I fixed it before stream started. Come on. Shit. Come on. Come on. Roll in. Roll in. Good job. Alright, we're gonna drop you over here. And then we're gonna drop you here. Very good, very good. We're gonna drop you here. Fuck! Right. Look, I just have anxiety. Like, maybe reaching out to strangers is what I need to be a better streamer. Maybe I need to reach out. Maybe I need to learn to not be so scared. But that sounds scary. So no. I don't even like talking about it. It makes me feel that bad. I don't even like to talk about it. Didn't your therapist tell you to go make friends? Fuck my therapist! She doesn't know what's best for me! Fuck that woman! She's a very nice lady. She thinks it's weird. She thinks what I do for a job, for a living, is weird. And it makes her sad that I don't interact with anybody except for people's words on a screen as my day job. But fuck her. Yeah, fuck my client confidentiality when Gore's around, for real. That man said, I'm about to out what you talk about in therapy to all of your chat. Like, fucking goddamn. Gore said, what do you mean therapy's supposed to be a private experience? Is this payback for telling y'all about... Is this payback for me telling chat about the roleplay? Is that what this is? I told chat about the One Piece roleplay and this is my payback. Revenge. Let it go! Let it go! Ooh. This is fucking ass. What roleplay? Well, now I can't say it. Gore doesn't want me to. Now I can't talk about it anymore. Fucking... Get out of my way. There we go. Ooh. I'm just messing with you. I missed this. Who was Vaporeon? Me. Once a slut, always a slut, you know? Too late now. Might as well talk about it. Look, it was just a thing that me and Gore used to do a long time ago that we don't do anymore because everybody else in the roleplay sucked. And it may have led to therapy. It may have led to some therapy happening in our lives. That's all. Sometimes you engage in activities that put you back in therapy. I could, but it's a lot to unpack. It is a lot to unpack. It would take me at least 4 songs to unpack it. Oh, my dumbass. I wasn't even looking. That's okay. The game decided to salvage me. Can you go up a little bit? Probably not. That's fine. Whee! Oh, fuck this. Get in there! Get in there! Oh my god. This is some bullshit. Nothing wrong with roleplay? I still write roleplays. Hey, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with roleplay. I am saying that sometimes, if you've got a bad roleplay group, it'll put you back in therapy. Is this just a VTuber Suika? Yeah, pretty much. It's fun though. I like it. I never played Suika when it was popular. Which I'm learning right now is probably for the best, because it turns out I'm ass. Hi, Misty, by the way. Thank you for the pet. I really appreciate it. Sorry, sometimes I read chat and then I'm like, wait, who wrote that? And then I have to look back over. Yay! Ooh, oh, fuck your mom. Fuck your mom. Your mom. Your mom. Sometimes you fuck your mom and things go wrong. Please can't stop. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate. We're talking about roleplay? Yeah. I've had roleplays where I'm like, oh, we have different writing levels. I gotta go. Same. I'll take a drink. I just stretched for you. At least it wasn't a Peppa Pig roleplay. God, are you talking about my students right now? I miss them. When I was pregnant, I was a teacher. And my student, I taught middle school. And my students used to do Peppa Pig roleplays. Because they're fucking little weirdos. They used to do Peppa Pig roleplays as a joke. I love them. They're so funny. I miss my kids so much. Fucking go. Go. There we go. Of the wave can't stop. Who would do Peppa Pig over Bluey? My middle schoolers. My middle schoolers were feral though. I mean, all middle schoolers are feral, but mine were especially feral, and it's probably because I was their teacher, but that's what happens when you've got a VTuber as your teacher. Because I was VTubing and teaching. Oh god. The amount of times my students were like, Miss, we're gonna find your streamer site. And I was like, if you find me, I'm banning you. I miss them. Those are my babies, man. Shit. Peach is really no different online than she is offline. That's so true. I'm the teacher that came into class and was like, all right, we got work to do, but first we gotta watch the Pokemon, we gotta watch the Pokemon Direct because It came out while I was driving to work, and I haven't watched it yet. And my kids are like, "Yay!" My elementary schoolers were like, "What do you mean? What's a Pokemon Direct?" And I was like, "For a Pokemon." And they're like, "What about it?" And I was like, "The games." And they're like, "Pokemon has games?" And I was like, "What? Y'all only know Pokemon from the cards?" Eric, thank you so much for the bark. How are you? I don't want to say too much, but I and my online friends have been in the same fantasy roleplay for how many years now, and it's fun. Yeah, that's the good shit. That's the good shit. Peach is Peach. It's true, man. But no, I stopped teaching after I gave birth to Bunny because I didn't know if she was gonna need like extra help and stuff when she came home from the NICU. I might go back to it though, because I love my kids. I miss them so much. I actually ran into another teacher that I used to work with out at a restaurant the other day while I was out with Bunny and Gore. And she was like, "The kids miss you." And I was like, "I miss the kids." I thought Pokemon was just a comic. Look! Fucking my students legitimately, my elementary schoolers only know Pokemon for the card game. That's all they know it for. They had no idea it was an anime or like a show. They had no idea that it was a video game. Like I was like, yeah. They're like, when did they start making it into a video game? And I was like, babes, it was a video game first before it was a card game. And they were like, what do you mean? I was like, uh-oh. I'm in trouble because I'm about to whoop a 4-year-old. I would never. I love my kids. This game unironically makes me say fuck these balls. Yeah. I was doing all right and then I fucked myself. I will say this game is a lot harder to play like when you're also talking and you're not like paying attention to every little aspect of it. Because like if I wasn't talking, I'd be over here like fucking like in my brain palace trying to like figure out the exact trajectory in which these balls will fall. But I'm just like, I'm chatting. I'm yapping. Your girl's an ultimate yapper. Whee! I finished another hangout in Genshin. Hell yeah. Do you ever play the Pokemon Ranger games? I played one on the DS a long time ago. No, roll. There we go. Oh, fuck. I didn't think that was gonna happen. Shit. I want to play more though, because I remember really enjoying it when I was little. And I never beat it. Okay, that's not awful. Waiting on an OC to finish being remade from AI art. Oh, okay, that's cool. Also, kudos to you for actually paying to get your art drawn and not just sticking with the AI art because it's what you have. That's real good of you. I love that for you. We got a chat over here, chat. Hallelujah, it's raining men. I wish it was raining wolves. When Peach says she wants to suck a bar of man's wolf nipple, she is not playing a character. Shut up! I didn't even read that before I said I wish it was raining wolves. Fuck! God damn it! Shit, you got me again! Fuck me! Shit! I'm being played. Oh, I'm being played. Some bullshit. Chat, kill this man. Sounds like the 4-year-old was asking for it. I wish I had more teachers like y'all. Teachers around here just want to go home. Oh man, teaching is a rough place to be in right now, so I can't necessarily say I blame them. That's another reason why I left. Teaching is just rough right now. But I do miss my kids. I was a substitute teacher. I wasn't like a full-term teacher. So I was able to kind of come and go as I wanted, which allowed me a bit of a mental break anytime it was getting to be too much. But, you know, other teachers don't have that luxury. So I can't necessarily say I blame them for just wanting to get the fuck out some days. That shit's really... it weighs on you sometimes. Whee! Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate. Peach the master of balls. Blame it on us, sure, luck! It ain't me. I am perfect, it ain't me. So it's gotta be one of y'all. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me right in my ball ass. Touch. Yay! God, Shia is so big. Broski, did you have to be huge? Alright. Okay, so because of that clip, thank you for clipping that, but because of the way I have my audio set up, nobody's gonna be able to hear the "It's Raining Men" in the background, so I'm gonna have to edit that over the clip. Oh god. Oh no. My partner used to be a substitute teacher and he loved it. Oh, being a substitute teacher is the best. Do you hate your wrists to play Pokemon Ranger? No. I just don't know how to draw a circle. It's my only downfall, really. That's why I can't be an artist, despite having so many ideas for art, is because I don't know how to draw a fucking circle. Circles are hard. Whee! 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 Alright, let's see. Boop, boop. Let's see. Did you ever play the old Disney games or Cartoon Network games on their website? I did! Way back in the day. The fucking Fairyland or whatever used to be my shit. Oh, my dumbass. I don't remember what it's called exactly, but it was like the fairy one. God. I'm trying to think of like what it was called. Do it without the audio, just make it your own. But that's embarrassing. Ooh. Oh, my dumbass. I wasn't paying attention to what was next. Oh god. How to see me? Just rotate your bones with something inside. Will you unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? There we go. Damn. I in both face and mind, all free for you to draw. How does Shia's ears work in this? I'm trying to figure that out right now. I'm struggling a little bit to figure out how his ears work. Come on, you can touch. You can touch. I believe in you. Touch. Touch. Oh my fucking god. Touch! Do it! Yeah, bitches. Alright, I'm gonna need you to drop. I'm gonna need you to drop. Please, for the love of God, I'm gonna need you to drop. Oh, fuck me. Oh god, they're too big. Oh no, my balls. Ah, shit, my balls. Come on. Come on! Boom, 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 boom. SpongeBob tutorial for drawing a circle. Look, fuck that. First thing you want to do is make a right, then make a right, then make a right, circle. Fuck you! Bueno, Rufus, and the sandwich stagger. Oh, man. I completely forgot about that. Ah, fuck me. Whatever. Probably drive down me when I jump from 9 to 5. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. I could not hear myself over all of those fucking... over those fucking fireworks. That's what I was looking for. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. I'm looking to see if there's any VTubers' names I recognize in here. Persona music is so good. True. Your voice is iconic. Oh, thanks. It's I got a deep MILF voice. I've got a hey baby. I sound like I chain smoke. I don't anymore. I used to. How do your ears work? Yeah, my ears are just kind of there. So, I imagine Shaya's are the same. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. God damn, I am crawling up the ranks. It's a lose your mind. Live your dreaded. I don't even know. Okay, so if you can see over here behind my head, there's Shaya and then there's something after Shaya, and I don't know what that is. I haven't gotten it yet. Is this like their cannonball size? Maybe. Damn, I'm going up in the fucking ranks here. I'm coming for their ass. I don't know who they is. All right. We can do it. Whee! But give you nutted. They use your mind and then they never give you credit. That's the VTuber career. That's the VTuber sphere, baby. They use your mind and then never give you credit. Are y'all gonna touch? Yay! Y'all gonna touch? Whether or not this is their ball size? Oh god, are y'all gonna make me make a tweet so to ask them? Inquiring chat minds want to know, are the size of your balls in fucking Gooba ball the actual size of your testicles IRL? I'm not making that tweet. It's not happening. Okay, but what if you did? I'd cry. I'd get scared and I'd cry. Look, I talk big shit on my streams. I have anxiety, however. The fuck y'all know about this shit? Fuck y'all know about this? Sorry. The idea of being like, fuck y'all know about this, and then like hitting a heavy fiddle is really funny to me. It's so stupid. It's such a stupid bit, but it cracks me up to no end every time I think about it. Oh, God. Fiddling gets me... horny? Jiggy? I don't really know what I was trying to say there. Fiddling does not get me horny. Let me clarify real quick. I would just like to clarify really quickly that fiddling does not get me horny. I feel like I may have misinterpreted myself. I mean, I do like a man that can fiddle, but like, for different reasons. Fuck. Oh, shit. Fiddling is the sexiest- who said that? Who in their world said that fiddling was the sexiest instrument? He diddle fiddle- oh my fucking god. Who are you diddling? Why are you fiddling? So many questions. None of which are going to be answered. I already know this. Hey, can you like slide to the left a little? Oh, there we go. That's that good shit. That's less good shit. I keep hearing people touching the door to the room I'm in, and it scares the shit out of me every time. I'm like, oh no, my roommates can hear me screaming about fiddlers being sexy again. Why did I say again? I've never had this What is happening? I think I'm being possessed by the spirit of an old Irish woman who loves a fiddler, because I don't know what I'm saying. These are never words that have ever left my mouth before. And yet now my body is treating them as if they are the holy word of God. Peach has a fiddler fetish? Fuck off! Oh my god. Hi, Nick. It is Suika Balls, but with VTubers. How are you? Oh boy. See, this is what happens when I focus too much on a game and not on my thoughts. I start saying shit and it comes out all wrong because I'm not paying attention. I misinterpret myself and make it sound like I'm into fiddlers. Oh, black hole sun, won't you come and take away the fiddlers? In my eyes, indisposed, in the silence no one knows. To random strays. I'm trying to scroll up. Did you know Fiddler once beat the devil? I fucking hate that song! Shut up! Gore, you know my grudge against that song. Leave it be. See, now that I've said this, Gore's just gonna keep using it as a fucking Devil Went Down to Georgia reference, just to haunt me. Fucking asshole. What, does the devil want to go down to my asshole next? Son of a bitch. Pussy. Have you heard the Haley Reinhart cover of Black Hole Sun? I don't think I have. I really only know this song because my uncle used to really like it. Well, fuck me, I guess. I was doing so good and then I decided to be cocky and fuck it. What? That's not where I clicked. Oh, Jesus. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain, black hole sun. Won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun! That man fucking gets into it. I'm gonna kill myself. Sorry. Fiddler fetish? Opinions on Lindsay Sterling? Fucking, she's fine, I guess. Weird ass question, but yeah, she's fine, I guess. I don't know. I don't have any strong opinions about her one way or another. Do you? Do you have strong opinions on Lindsay Sterling you've never shared with me? Oh, fuck you. Go down. You too. Don't fuck with me right now. Oh boy. Disappear. Push. Push. I push, but at what cost? I push, but at what cost? I was gonna say this game's gonna give me a hematoma, but I don't think that's what that is. That buff pup's always in the fucking way. Is it really too much to ask that I want them to fiddle my clit? Your huh? Your what? Since when have you had one of those? And why was I not told? Huh? Since when and why? Explain. I'm gonna ban Gore. Gore's tested me today. Gore's teetering on banhammer range. Is what's happening. Gore likes to play with fire. And I like to burn. Oh, yeah, this is a good fucking song. Not like a good... Actually, you know what? I take that back. I would fuck to this song. It's a good one. The fuck y'all know about this? Can you make the music slightly louder? Absolutely. There you go. What the fuck? Oh, is that a Kinji emote? Actually, you know what? I changed all of my answers from earlier. I completely forgot about Kinji. I would love to do something with Kinji just because I think he's fucking hysterical. Though, I would understand Kinji not wanting to interact with any new people lately, considering what happened to him recently, so... That is not something I would ever push. Whee! God, this song fucks! Sorry. I just have a lot of really complicated feelings about music sometimes. Can I put up a Kinji clip that I got? Yeah. Yeah. Go for it. I don't really know what you mean by put up. Do you mean like send the link in chat? Or if you're in the Discord, you can post it there. Wee! 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 Shit. Wee! No. Na mi no. Bow wow wow. Shit. Can I convince you? There we go. There we go! Yes! Sorry. I felt that in my pussy. Oh, God. No, don't do it! Oh. That's okay. That's okay. Not the end of the world. It's alright. I need to scooch that ball down a little bit. Ugh. It is a-okay, gang. It is a-okay. Everything's gonna be just fine. We're gonna scoot that. Okay, no we're not. Thought we were gonna scoot that. We're not gonna scoot that, but that's okay. Because what we are gonna do, we are gonna make a little rosy right there. And then, that didn't work as planned. All right, try again. There we go. Better. Better, chat. Better. There we go. I drop that right here. Because then we're going to drop that there. There we go, there we go, there we go. And if we can just convince Rosie to scooch. Rose, baby, scooch. She said no. It's okay. We are going to convince her. We are going to convince her. We have the power. All right. I've got the power. Oh, fuck me. All right, we got a buff pup. So here's the problem with the buff pup. She's got a big fucking head. So what we need to do is we need to make the buff pup kiss. All right. We need to do what we can to convince the buff pup to kiss. She really doesn't want to kiss. But we gotta get her to kiss herself or else we're fucked. You feel me, chat? Chat, do you feel the dilemma that we're in right now? Buff Pup's kissing? Oh my. There we go. Very good. Very good. Okay, those buffs kissed. We didn't make her make out with herself. Exactly. The buffs kissed though, so we're good. We've been salvaged. Like scrap in a scrapyard. Like a fiddler with no home. Safely salvaged. Beautiful. Okay. Gorgeous, okay. Can we... Shit. Shit. This isn't as beautiful as I was hoping it would be. Okay. It's alright. We can salvage this. Not like that. Okay. Alright, we got another buff. Can we push down? Just push down a little. Push down. Very good, very good, very good, very good! God. We're getting it, gang. We're going Ultra Instinct. We're understanding the way this game is meant to be played. Oh. Jesus. Is anybody else getting horny about what we're doing right now, or is it just me? Beautiful. Ah! Thank you! Oh, it's just me? Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. That's fine. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on, go down! Come on, you can do it! There we go. Gotta put a little bit of weight on it. Shit! Come on, put a little bit of weight on it! Fuck! Gore, stop trying to imply that I have fetishes for all kinds of different things. I'm just trying to get good at the game. I don't have fetishes, I'm just trying to get good. You would never understand my struggle. Alright, we need to drop that there. Alright, and then we'll drop that there. Shit. Fuck. Okay. We're salvaging it. We're not salvaging it. Oh. Okay. Okay, we're doing alright. We're doing alright, gang. We could be doing better, but we're doing alright. Alright. Okay. Bounce that booty, chat. And chat, I want to see you shaking ass. It would just make me feel better. Here, I'll find y'all a song to shake ass to. Not that one. Here we go. Shake ass! I finally found it. Oh, okay. I'll look for it. I'll look for it. I'm just addicted to the grind. Yeah, I am. Shit. Oh yeah, baby. You can't beat this shit. You thought you could beat me. That's two little faces right there, baby. Alright. That was a mistake. I need to be looking ahead. I need to be planning ahead like a champion does. I can't keep playing a baby's game like a baby. I need to be looking ahead to the future. Alright. Very nice. Now if we can just get her to roll up. Come on, girlie, you can do it. I want you two to touch. I want to see you locking lips. Not in a freaky way, just in like a, it would really help me out if you would lock lips with yourself. Come on, Buff. You can do it. Just touch lips. There we go. Lips successfully smooched. Alright. Alright, we gotta slide in there. That didn't work. This will work, though. Yeah, baby! There we go. Which grind? The grind of winning. I can't be a loser anymore. No, that does not mean I will start reaching out to other VTubers. When it comes to that, I will always be a loser. Leave me be. Alright, we're gonna... Ooh, okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna toss that there. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, bitches! Hup. Oh, that's not at all what I meant to happen. Yes, it is. That was exactly what I meant to happen. Slide right down the middle? Nope. It's okay. Alright, we gotta get rose to rose. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, rose to rose, butt to butt. That's not how that goes at all. Do you believe in the grind culture? No. It makes me sad. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Alright, let's... Got it. Ugh. I love you. You know me, and I know you. We got problems that we've been through. And we got shit to get through. You think I am into you. You think I am the worst. Cause when I ask you to suck my dick, you turn off your Invisalign first. 5 years, still me, still here. 5 years, baby. 5 years. I'm eating my dumplings. I'm ready to grab my dumplings. Say, do you mind or nothing? You're entitled to a dumpling. Then I look at you, you look back at me like, what the fuck did I do? If you really wanted some dim sum, then you should've gotten some. When we put in the order, you say you're a psycho. And I don't wanna fight, so it's not a big deal. But for the record, you owe me a dumpling. I mean it, I won't forget. You owe me a dumpling or a dumpling equivalent. 5 years, still you, still me, still here. 5 years, baby. 5 years. A fun fact, when this song came out, me and Gore had been together for 5 years, and I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. You said you should kill that. I said no, fuck that. You said come on, be a man. What? A patriarchy fighter, but your whole worldview collapses the moment there's a spider. Cool, I get it, this is the real you, and it's a pleasure, nice to meet you. Shit like this brings the movement down. Everyone's a feminist until there is a spider around. Truest statement ever said by a man. I got the Gooba! Oh! Hi, Crystal. How are you? Oh, such pogs. Crazy poggers right there. Come on. Wedge it in there. Wedge it in! Alright. Or don't. It's whatever. It's your choice, I guess. Whee! I'm exhausted from work. Oh, understandable. Are you off now, at least? Michael Jackson? Hush, now's not the time. What the fuck is my playlist today? She said you're like Jason Biggs? From that Jason Biggs song? She said. Touch! Yes. I feel like I spend so much of my life now just screaming at balls to touch. No, no, no. You go down. Why are you going up? Go down. Oh my god. There we go. And I want you over on the side, if you wouldn't mind. Oh my god. I need you to know, if a man ever wrote a song like this about me, like I was dating a man and he wrote a song like this about his ex, I would kill him. I need it to be known. That man would not see the next morning. 'Cause sometimes I look in her eyes and that's where I find a glimpse of us. And I try to fall for her touch, but I'm thinking of the way it was. Said I'm fine, said I moved on. I'm only here passing time in her arms, hoping I'd find a glimpse of us. Yeah, I'd kill him. I'm on break. I'm hardly ever off these days. Oh yeah, you're still the only IT, huh? Just kill them. I didn't say that. By the way. I would, but I want my money. Valid. When you're out of tight in my mind, but sometimes I look in her eyes and that's where I find a glimpse of us. And I try to fall for her touch, but I'm thinking of the way it was. Said I'm fine, said I moved on. I'm only here passing time in her arms, hoping I find a glimpse of us. I think I've worked 30 hours of overtime. That's too much. Too much overtime. Damn, I'm going up the ranks, baby. Sometimes I look in her eyes and that's where I find a glimpse of us. And I try to fall for her touch, but I'm thinking of the way it was. Said I'm fine, said I move on. I'm only here passing time in her arms, hoping and I'll find a glimpse of us. Also, I cannot hear myself talk or like sing, so if I'm like off pitch, I do not know. I do not know if I'm off pitch. Sorry about it. As you see, Judge, the defendant had been in distress due to the song, and as a result, it is not her fault. Exactly. Fuck a man that would write a song like this about the woman he was with when he's currently with me. I'd kill him. I know I just said that, but fuck it. Guess what I'm doing on the 4th of July? Killing people? A girl can help. Hey, This is like one of my favorite songs of all time, by the way. I love Gorillaz. A beanbag shotgun? Oh, so I was close. Désolé. I just want to see how high I'm getting. Désolé quand je suis bon. Désolé. Still a long way from land. Désolé. I'm alone what to do. Désolé. Désolé. Trying to hold on to you. God, I'm cranking these ranks. Désolé. Odilia Mbalaja. Akala malame. Désolé, désolé. 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 Akala malame. Yeah, it is still going. We'll get there. Désolé quand tu pries. Let me know if y'all see any names that y'all recognize. I don't know what to say anymore. Is that fucking Amelie? The over here? This? No, that's AI Candy, but Amelie may have played this game. Désolé. Trying to hold on to you. I'm getting 4 hours of sleep per night due to my schedule for work. Same, but it's not a work thing. That's just... Damn. That's just how much I get in general. This is a Suika game? Yeah! It's a VTuber Suika. Désolé. 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 Fuck! I fucked it already! God damn it. Désolé indeed, chat. Oh, fuck me, Scoob. Oh, Scoob, fuck me! Oh, Jesus. Fil de temps. Like, fuck me, Scoob! Like, fuck me, Scoob! Oh, God. I'm in... Atiane, Atiane, Oh, man. Hey! Like, Scoob. Fuck me. I've been doing that a lot lately. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, the like Scoob has been my go-to fucking vocal stem lately. So I'm very sorry if that gets obnoxious, but for whatever reason, my brain finds it peak comedy. Ugh. Ugh! Hey, can you scooch a little bit? Thanks. Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Ugh. Minus because I only get 4 to 5 hours in between shifts. Ugh. 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 Capitalism. Fucking capitalism, man. Whee! All right, gang. We gotta move. Gang, we gotta move. Come on, gang. There we go. Oh, please be so fucking for real right now. Sure. Sure. Alright. Whee! Look, I'm gonna be real honest with you. Trying to get, all of my buff pups to kiss is difficult. I don't know why it's so difficult, but it is. Yeah, they need to hire somebody else. Simple as that. But, I mean, we've been saying that, so... Ooh, 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 ooh. Hey, gang. You want to scooch a little closer? It's okay. Y'all can kiss. You can kiss. It's okay. It's okay to kiss. Come on, take a little smooch. You can do it. I believe in you. Smooch. Oh, chat, they're shy. They don't want to smooch. You don't have to be shy. This is a safe smooching place. Bitch, the fuck? Alright. Eh. Oh my god, y'all can touch. There we go. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, touch! I feel like I'm gonna spend my life playing this game and just screaming at them to touch. I'm not really thinking about what I'm doing. This is not gonna play out the way I want it to. Or it will. Or maybe it will, because I'm just a fucking genius. Maybe this will play out exactly how I want it to. Maybe I just didn't consider that possibility. That I'm just that cool. How are we gonna get this bitch to move? Because she does need to move. Fuck! I keep looking at the wrong thing. Very nice. Okay. Okay. Can I smack that down there a little bit? Come on, you can go. You can go down. It's okay. I know you're a little nervous. You don't have to be nervous about it. You can just go down. Come on, don't be nervous. Just go. Just go. There we go. Good job, gang. There we go. Good job, gang. I'm so proud of them. They keep saying that they're looking for someone. Bro, they're lying to you. They're totally lying to you. There's no way they're looking for someone. Which way you should stay? Whee! Hey. Oh, you won't move from there? I see how it is. We're just ordinary people. We don't know which way to go. I'm panicking. Team, I'm panicking. Maybe we should take it slow. Take it slow. Oh. I panicked. Safe smooching? What if we went dangerous smooching? Maybe. Maybe. I panicked, chat. Get slow. This ain't a movie at all. Stop, baby, you've got me going crazy. I'm heavier than I knew. You're my candy cane lover, only here for a moment or two. Ooh, 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 ooh. Beautiful. Beautiful. Chat, it's so beautiful. Oh. Okay. Okay, we've lost the beauty. Chat, we've lost the beauty. It was so beautiful. And then we lost it. What about competitive smooching? Oh, I want to do that so bad. Who wants to make out with me? I want to make out. Right this minute, chat! Who wants to make out with me? I'm panicking. I need someone to kiss me, stat. Ugh. It's first come, first serve, so somebody's gotta take me up on the offer. Oop. Oh, I missed. No, I missed. Boop. No, not hugs. I want to make out. Chad, I said what I said. Oh, Trouble! Hi! Hello, how are you? How was your stream? You're playing Solstice. I don't know what that is. Was that fun? Did you have a good time? But also, hello, Raiders. My name is Tragedy, but everybody just calls me Peach. I am a variety streamer. Today, we are doing some, essentially, VTuber Suika. But, you know, we like to mix it up from time to time, so don't expect this to be what it is forever. It's super nice to meet you. I hope you guys had a good one. He beat those monsters like a boss. Fuck yeah. I'd love to hear that. I hope you all had a good one at Trouble's stream. If y'all need to go grab water, drinks, food, anything, go take care of yourself first and foremost. But thank you for stopping by. Hack and Slash plays like DMC or Bayonetta. Fun! I've never played either of those games, but they are on my list of games that I would like to try at some point. Because they look fun, so... But as long as you had a good time streaming, that's all that matters. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, damn. We're just gonna go ahead and just start combining down here. Because I need to get these buffs to touch. Why is it always Buff Pup that doesn't want to make out with herself? How does one get a Buff Pup to kiss? Someone teach me. Ugh. Or I'll just fucking roll it! Oh my god. Ask again. Who's up in the van? You're my only fans. Chat, are y'all my only fans? The answer's yes. I don't know why I asked. I'm just gonna make myself sad. I know it on remote control. Once again, that bitch did not want to kiss herself. Sorry, I shouldn't call Bub a bitch. That's mean of me. No, that's rude. Did you know on his Instagram it gets out of hand? It's a very difficult question. Is it? Damn. I didn't mean to do that. Shit. Oh, fuck me. I'm fighting for my life, chat. Okay. Ugh. Okay, so we're gonna grab that, we're gonna grab that, we're gonna grab that. That. Shit, that didn't go the way I wanted it to either. Okay. Ooh, okay. We need to find a way to get buffed down. There we go. There we go. Come on, you can do it. Trying to get girl to roll over herself. She's denying me. Ugh. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Sexy. Ugh. I love it when it works out. I love it when my schemes work out. I don't know if this counts as a scheme, but it feels like it, so. Alright. Okay. Come on. Very nice. Okay, we're gonna stack that up there so I can combine that, and then we're gonna go down. Smack it. There we go. Make those touch. Make those touch, make those touch. Slide that down. Oh, damn. Oh, yes. I'm like focused. Your girl is like locked in. Okay, so that combines with that. Shit. Banana. 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 Is it bad that I'm actually excited for the next FNAF movie? Oh, thank you so much for the hydrate, posture check, and stretch, and the pet. Oh, I'm stretching, I'm stretching. Shit! My body just popped 100 times. Ow. That actually hurt. Gotta remember to breathe when you stretch. Okay. The sound of a heartbeat. Okay, can you bop down? No? Okay. Ugh, I gotta perish in bed. Good night. Thank you for wishing me luck with my big balls. I love my big balls. My big balls are my Oshis. They're not. I don't think I really have any Oshis. Secrets that you keep when you're talking in your sleep. I hear the secrets that you keep. I got the big ball. God, I feel like a winner. I didn't mean to drop that there. In the spotlight. Bum bum bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. That you just can't hide. Would you tell me that you want me? Tell me that you need me. You tell me that you want me. And I know that I'm right, 'cause I feel it in the night. I hear the secrets that you keep when you're talking in your sleep. I hear the secrets that you keep when you're talking in your sleep. I'm literally so hyped. This game just cucked me. Wait, are you playing the same game as me, or are you playing a different game? I've noticed chat likes to do that sometimes. Sometimes chat will see that I'm playing a game and they'll start playing the same game as me, and I love it. Like, legitimately, it makes me so happy. I love it. Come on. I'm trying to push it and it didn't work. Shit. Alright. Try again. Alright, we combine. Combination. Nope. Combination. Oops. Shit. Boop. Boop. Legitimately searched this game the moment I saw you playing. Yeah, I saw a mutual of mine, actually Basil. Basil was playing it yesterday, and I was like, I saw him make a tweet about it last night before I went to bed, and I was like, that looks like Suika. And I never played Suika, and I kind of felt a little left out of the Suika trend. So I was like, maybe I'll go try that out. And so I downloaded it last night before I went to bed. I was like, I'll download it before I go to bed, and we'll try it out tomorrow for stream. I also got a Date with the Devil, which is like a dating sim game that I want to try out on stream sometime, so we got things we want to try. Gonna be a giant out there. Who the best? I'm the best, yeah. Who that is? Do that is Dumbe. I singing brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom. Brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom. Brim bam bam brim bam bam brim bam bam boom. Do that is Dumbe. Hey, hey, what I know. Stretch. And I eat. Hey, hey, what I know. Don't flash. I still have not watched this anime. I've heard good things about it. Bring, bring. Bring, bring. Bring, bring. Bring bum bum bring bum bum bring bum bum boom. Dai ra te ura be tam da pesta yeah. Ura des dura dis tam babe. Singing bring bum bum bring bum bum bring bum bum boom. This runs ass. I'm so focused on the music, I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing with my balls. Come on! Ugh. Shit. I did get the Gooba though. You already almost made it to top 5? I'm jealous. I'm not good at this at all. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. It's... I'm so fucking bad at this. I've gotten the Gooba a couple times. Like 2 or 3 times now. But I'm not anywhere near... like, all the way up there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh, you gotta be fucking for real. Alright, there we go. And he says, baby, it don't work. Oh, for Twitch scoreboard, not the whole online one. I'm doing the online one. I don't know who number 1 is. I don't know either. Boo-doo, boo-doo. How does that not count? There we go. Jesus, sometimes you have to like beat the fucking game into submission. Gay Wonderland. When I start to dance. Wonderland. I gotta like remember that like Shia's ears are like you can go through his ears. I always forget. Oh. Like at some point his ears like that are like you actually cannot go through them anymore. Boo boo dance. Boogie Wonderland. Oh, but his big ass head is like a rolling risk. Oh no. Look, I am currently in the process of limiting my possibility of ever becoming friends with these people because I'm calling them names like big ass head. Would you fit? A little rude of you. There we go. Alright, Oop. 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 Oh my god. Come on. You can do it. There you go. Okay, Wonderland. Wonderland. Do 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 dance. Boogie Wonderland. Dance. Boogie Wonderland. Dance. It's Boogie Wonderland. Come on, you can do it. There we go. I don't really appreciate how quickly it's rolling up here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh, I'm so fucked. Shit. Favors God, everybody knows I'm a motherfucking monster. Shit. Fuck. Don't play with it, don't be dishonest. This game is addictive to watch. It's kind of addictive to play, I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's free on Steam, by the way, if any of y'all are interested in playing it alongside me, and competing with me. It is free on Steam. It's free drugs. How do we compete? So if you just download the game, and then on the home screen of the game, it'll ask if you want to connect it to your Twitch. You say yes, and it connects it to your Twitch. And then from there, you are added to the Twitch scoreboard. So you get to compete with everybody who is also connected their accounts to Twitch. Well, I've got something to get. Look, it's free. Unlike some of the other games I played, this one's free, so I highly recommend downloading it because it's fun as hell. Plus, you're supporting VTubers. For those of you who don't know Vichibon is an indie VTuber group made up of the characters that you see here, actually. AI Candy, Buff Pup, Rose Doodles, and Shia Bun. So not only are you playing a fun game and getting enjoyment out of it, you're also helping support VTubers and their endeavors. So for me, I think that's a win-win. They also made another game that is not free. However, it's called Meet Your Oshi, and it's essentially like their own version of FNAF. They had custom, like, robot versions of their models made specifically for this FNAF game. And you're essentially playing FNAF, but with your Oshis. You get to go to a convention that your Oshis are at, and while you're there, they go a little quirky, and you now have to protect yourself from your own Oshis. I have yet to play that one. Like I said, it's not free, so I haven't picked it up yet. Thank you for the pets! I am planning on picking it up at some point, later on down the line. Because I've heard good things. I've heard it's pretty fun. I heard it did have some, like, technical glitches, but, you know, indie companies, so it is what it is. But I don't know. Support VTubers. It's so funny because I remember saying once that Vichibon was indie, And somebody's like, well, they're friends with corpos, so I don't know if that, I don't think that makes them indies. And I'm like, I don't think that's how that works. I don't think you stop being indie just because you're friends with corpos. I think that just means you're a big indie. I was like, I hate to be the one to admit this, but if you are a big enough indie, you can be friends with corpos. Does not make you corpo. I just went and got Chipotle. Oh, fuck yeah. I love Chipotle. I used to work there, and I still eat their food, so take that as you will. Bow, bow, bow. Boo. Do. But see, my thing is, I'm not corpo, I'm indie. And I'm not friends with any corpos, so I don't have people accusing me of not really being an indie. God, I wish I did. I think it would be really funny. Oh yeah, Gore fucking loves Chipotle. Can I have that? Oh, no, I can't. Okay. Tell me so many things. Nowhere inside. Just hold on. Let your play to is now. Nowhere inside. Boop. Boop. Ah, fuck me. Ah, shit. Never mind, I panicked. Actually, maybe panicking was for the best. Maybe panicking was for the good of all. Oh, fuck. You know, I said maybe panicking is for the good of all. I don't know what I'm talking about. Or I do. Oh, I know oh, okay, never mind. Please don't stick your broad dick in a Chipotle burrito. I have many requests. This is just one of them. Whee! Whee! Because it's gross, Score. What if I wanted to eat that? Now it tastes like dick. You ever considered that? No, of course not. You don't think about anybody but yourself. Selfish ass bitch. Selfish ass bitch. He is 69 God. Swag on my feet. Trying to get a cover and a kiss on the cheek. Cotton candy skies. You're the one that I need. Balls deep burrito. No! Anything but the balls deep burrito. Please, God. It's like the pie incident. The pie incident? What do you know that I don't know? I have questions. Real quick, what do you know that I don't know? That isn't queso in your burrito. No! Oh! But what if I wanted it to be queso in my burrito? Can I pretend, at least? Like my burrito wasn't violated in front of me? Ugh. Go down. There we go. Swag on my feet, trying to give you love and a kiss on the cheek. I'm not giving Chad a kiss on the cheek. Y'all don't deserve it for coming to my fucking Chipotle burrito. Swag on my feet, trying to give you love or a kiss on the cheek. Except for Chad, because Chad nutted in my burrito. Wow. If add your special sauce to it, you gotta keep it because ain't nobody eating that. It just reminds me of that FurryCon thing where they all nutted on it was like a competition where a bunch of furry dudes got together and jacked off on like a pizza or some shit, and the rule was whoever came last had to eat it. And I was like, why are we doing this? We need to be able to draw the line somewhere, gang. I would have drawn it at being at a furry convention personally. But I guess I'm the minority. When I'm starting to break, he said. Sour cream for real, for real. I fucking hate y'all. Traumatizing me. I thought it was my job as the streamer to traumatize y'all, but instead, I think we're trying new techniques called Scar the Streamer. Which I was unaware was the play. But I guess it is. Ooh. Ooh. By the light of the fire. God damn it, I do that every time. Or I accidentally look at the wrong thing and I send the wrong thing out. Me not to preach to the choir, he says. Then is the same composition, he says. Jen is the practice of sedition. Once again, Buff Pup does not want to kiss herself. All right, we're done. This round ain't working, gang. Yeah, Rainfur! Thank you, God, thank you for somebody knowing what it was. Icky cookie time. Disgusting. What the fuck were they thinking? I know that that's just a thing, though, that, like, dudes do. Sorry, the way I worded that made it sound like that's just a thing all dudes do. I mean, it could be a thing all dudes do, I don't know. Y'all ever jack off with your bros? And then whoever comes last has to eat whatever it is y'all are coming on? God, I'm gonna get myself banned from Twitch. The more I ask these questions. I'm back, was feeding a cat that decided to live on my porch. It's cool, you didn't miss much. Just me asking unfortunate questions. Oh, God, I just want to know. I just want to know what the men do. I want to know what the people do. I'm talking about men and how they jack their penis. I want to know what's under the... what do they call it? Cheese. I want to know. I'm going to hell. For many reasons, but that definitely is going to be one of them. Straight jork in it. That's what I want to know! Teach me how to jork! Please! Somebody please teach me how to jork it! Chad, I can't jork it alone. Or can I? I don't know how this works! I just want to learn how to be straight jorking it, chat. Tensions between us just like picket fences. You got issues that I won't mention for now, 'cause I'm falling apart. Passionate from miles away, passive with the things you say. Passing up on my always, I can't blame you now. Oh. Passing it through miles away, passive with the things you say. Passing up on my always, I can't blame you now. Oh. Worst Disney princess? Fuck you! Are you saying Ariel's the worst Disney princess or I'm the worst Disney princess, actually, before I take offense? Let me clarify what we're talking about here. Because if you're trying to say Ariel's the worst Disney princess, oh, I don't give a shit. I said this for earlier, but your voice is iconic. Yeah, because it's used for memes. But, like, only the worst type of memes. Get down. There we go. There we go. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Passing it from miles away, passive with the things you say. Passing up on my always, I can't blame you now. Oh, I'm gonna regret doing what I just did. Passing it from miles away, passive with the things you say. Passing up on my always, I can't blame you now. No. Wow. There we go. Get her, gang! Alright. Oh, that was not what I intended at all. I guess I'll make it work, but... it's not what I meant to do! Bunny on bunny crime! Shit. Oh, fuck me. This suddenly went from very well managed to not well managed at all. Yeah, 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 yeah. Something, something, Peach is cool, something, something, she's a fucking mess, though. Look. I never claimed to not be a fucking mess. You guys made that assumption when you got here. Oh no. Stop giving me babies! You a church girl, but you like Christ! Oh. Gonna see me do my dance in these $1,000 pants. Don't respect me and my man. Whole lot of pepper on your ass. Plap, 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 plap. If I can get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant! It's my mood right now. And yet I'm playing this. I can't get pregnant playing this. This isn't gonna get me knocked up. I'm so fucked. Nobody's gonna wanna fuck me like this. Hi, Doggan, how are you? Honestly, is that truly the weirdest thing you've heard showing up into my chat? Fuck. I'm trying to be in the parking lot showing coochie. Ow. Ow. Oh no. In these $1,000 pants. A whole lot of choppers on your ass. The question still stands, because I just realized I can't get bitches playing this game. That's all. Oh. Alright, y'all. My music said it's time to fuck. I didn't have a choice in this. Sorry, guess it's time for the chat orgy. It is what it is. I don't have a say in it. And don't sit here and be like, the chat, what? You know what I'm talking about. And bring you to the dance floor as the music dies. The Chorgy, yeah. Suika increases libido by tenfold. That or I'm ovulating, but whatever. Sure, we'll say it's Suika that's doing this to me. It's funnier that way. Should've known better than to cheat a friend. So I'm never gonna dance again. Pretty good at bashing my skull against Metal Gear Rising. That's fair. Oh. Oh, so now it's pregnancy time? Yeah, I guess. Start with cookies, end with pregnancy. Whatever, man. What is my life at this fucking point? Truly. The careless whispers of a good friend. Isn't this song just about this guy cheating on his girl and then trying to make everybody feel bad for him? Yeah, no pregnant, only breed. George Michael, careless whisper, it's time. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Without you know. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, are we having a chorgy or not? Chat, I'm gonna need you to decide. Chat, please, pick. Gonna say, should have been so good together. Could have built this band forever. Nothing's gonna dance with me. Dibs on Gore? Have I seen whose girl? Gore's girl or George Michael's girl? Because the answer to that is no to both. I don't look in the mirror. I have body image issues. Oh, when I'm without you, girl. Everybody pick a partner for the chorgy. Come on, Jet, pick a partner. Or else it's not gonna be any fun. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I treat it like a school project. Either you pick a partner or I'll pick for you. Oh god. Oh no. Oh man, that was a bad. Oh. Oh, that's not a great. You said, I'm from the city, time to do witty witty. She said, I'm from the country, that's funky funky. Alright. What y'all know about this song? I like saying that because it makes me sound like a really old African-American woman. Mama, I'm a millionaire. I don't know why I said African-American. I'm black. I can just say black. What is wrong with me? I'm like, I'm gonna get canceled for saying black. What? Since when? I woke up early this morning. I don't think y'all heard me. I woke up early this morning. I don't think y'all heard me. I woke up early this morning. I don't think y'all heard me. I woke up early this morning and I still ain't seen the sun. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, 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 oh, oh, oh. Gore's gonna be the Iggy cookie. Oh my god, that's so funny. Gore's gonna be the cookie here. Of self-destruction. Wait, which face do you recognize? If it's not mine, we're gonna have to have a conversation about early onset Alzheimer's. Oh no, see, I mean rich, till she is rich, till she is rich, till we is rich. Oh, I ain't rich, till he is rich, till she is rich, if he ain't rich. Never heard of this song? It is, Andre 3000. Wherever there are rats, there are cats. Wherever there are cats, there are dogs. And if you got dogs, you got bitches. Oh, you're talking about this game. It's Buff Pup. Yeah, no, it is Buff Pup. Yeah. It's Buff Pup, AI Candy, Rose Doodle, and Shia Bun. You know, it doesn't matter how many times I say that on this stream. I'm always gonna like be like, am I saying their names right? My millionaire. When are we getting a Peach Ducky Iggy version? Never, because I don't know how to make games. And while we are indies, we are not indies with a free budget. Get in there. Peach, scroll down on your chat. I think messages aren't popping up, or take your meds. No, I'm just reading chats very slowly. Is what's happening. Aren't you mixed? Don't you have multiple VIP passes? I do. Yeah, I am mixed. I'm Irish and black. We recently discovered that black is specifically Nigerian, which is pretty dope, because I didn't know that. I asked my dad, and my dad was like, I don't know, baby. We're black. And I was like, cool. Thanks, father. Father of the year right here. I'm allowed to be sassy with that man. He left me to go get milk and then asks once a year when I'm gonna come visit him. Like I've ever come visit him. They're my room. Time to start finding a developer? Sure, if you can help me pay it. I'm gonna look like the Yamcha post. Oh my god. Can't busy the Chorgy, busy getting fucked by robot kangaroos? Oh, well, you know. It is what it is. I don't think the Chorgy's happening. Nobody seems to be as enthused about it as I am, so... Can't have a Chorgy when there's only one person who wants to have a Chorgy. I like how I'm pronouncing it Chorgy, like Corgi, instead of Chorgy, like orgy. It's just very funny to me, that's all. Whee! Whee! Oh. Hi, Buff. Oh my god, Bwizzle! Thank you so much for the follow, Bwizzle. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I've been saying my little welcome catchphrase backwards all day now. My brain's trying to adapt to the new one, but I can't like say the new one yet because it's not time to say the new one yet. Soon. Fucking touch! Oh my god. There we go. Ooh. I'm out of turkey meat? What the fuck? Go buy more turkey meat. Go to Aldi's, man. What's a chorgy? It's a chat orgy. I'm just pronouncing it stupid. I'm pronouncing it chorgy instead of the way it should be pronounced. It should be pronounced chorgy, but I'm pronouncing it stupid because it's funnier that way for me. Yeah, chat orgy. Have you never been a part of a chorgy before? I saw your Twitter page. I had to follow. You're so gorgeous. Oh no! I'm so sorry. That was probably a jump scare for you then. You walked in here. You were like, ooh, pretty VTuber. And you walked in and I'm like, chat! I want to watch you fuck! Get kinky with it! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I need to stop being this way. I'm scaring the newbies. My cult will never last if I keep scaring them. Thank you for the bark. Thank you for the pet. Oh no. Oh no. Twitch just did a Twitch and like 20 messages showed up out of nowhere. Oh shit. Irish German get no sun. What I'm saying is that nobody should ever view me without sunglasses. That's so fair. I can't wait till the 2.0 because I want to hear which song you picked to cover. Oh, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I will say the song that I picked to cover is not in English, so enjoy that. I also might be doing 2 covers. I haven't decided. It depends on how much I like the first one. If I really enjoy the way the first one came out, then I'll be making a second one, but hee. Don't shake the screen at me. That's fucking rude. God. Scared the shit out of me. She's not sorry. This will continue. God, it's called the Dog Pound for multiple reasons. It's called the Dog Pound because I'm in here pounding dog. No, wait. Wait, I'm not doing that. That's illegal. Wait, wording it like that's illegal. It makes it sound like I would be doing it if it wasn't illegal. I wouldn't. Oh god, I'm digging myself a hole with my paws that I will never be able to fully escape from. Maybe I should just, maybe being a streamer is not for me, because I don't know how to shut the fuck up. La 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 la. This is what I was expecting. Oh, thank god. You're not scaring the newbies, you're filtering out the weak. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe I am filtering out the weak. What about it? Get filtered. Fuck it, just drop an album. I might. Oh, I love Zin. Oh, the fucking Zin emotes. I love her. Oh, I love her. She's so good. Honestly, I might do a meme one too, because the meme ones are really funny. Peach, ready your twit longer. Shit! You know what they say, when you find yourself digging a hole you can't escape, you keep digging. I keep digging. I don't want to keep digging. She's my inspiration. Honestly, same. She's the best. I adore her. She's very much inspirational. And no, I will not DM her. Do not ask. We're not gonna... Thank you. We are not circling back to my antisocial nature. I will not DM her. I do not care that I have DM'd her in the past. I do not care that we have exchanged Merry Christmases. It is not Christmas, therefore I will not risk it. Do not ask. I have anxiety and cannot leave my house without a chaperone, or else I nut everywhere. I get nervous and it makes me nut. It's a really bad medical condition. So I couldn't be watching the pain. La 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 la. Chat, you can't make me nervous, I'll nut. Those are the rules. Think I'll make it far. I'll DM her for you. Cola, stop! I can't apologize to another famous person because you keep DMing them for me. I already had to apologize to Corpse Husband. Do you know how embarrassing that was? Don't do it! God damn it! Maybe you can start bad drama about yourself and reap the press. I would never stoop so low. I stoop low enough as it is, being the way I am naturally. I couldn't stoop any lower. Somebody here has to have morals, and it's not gonna be me. That seems just terrible for humiliation. Just commit to the bit. DM a late Memorial Day or early 4th. Happy 4th of July on the 3rd of June, babes. The game cheats. It makes shit bounce sometimes and other times it doesn't. Yeah. Wait, were you joking? I hate that I can't tell if you're joking. Okay, I'm not joking with the fact that I do have to leave the house with a chaperone. That is an actual dead serious fact. I have severe agoraphobia and cannot handle the world by myself. I walk around and I look pissed all the time because I've noticed it makes people walk away from me. So that is an actual, that did not click there. So that is an actual true fact. However, I do not come when I am nervous, no. But if I did, it would be really funny. It would be the funniest bit I think I've ever had. I won't do it if you give me your husband. Well, fucking talk to the husband. The body had a condition that made her too horny, huh? Depending on how short you are, you will always be stooping when I'm not short. I'm 6 feet tall, bestie. I'm 6 foot. I can't stoop. I can't stoop. I'm too tall to stoop. You have agoraphobia? Are you married to them? Oh my god! Kula. Kula. Please tell me you're fucking with me right now. Please tell me you're fucking with me right now and I'm not gonna have to go apologize a second time. Please. Please. Please tell me you're fucking with me right now. Oh god, am I about to have to go apologize to another fucking person for my chat not understanding boundaries? I hate this. Gore is 5'5", so we have a significant height difference. Who did Kula DM? Supposedly, Zentreya. I don't believe him, though. I think he's lying just to stress me out because he hates me. I think that's what's happening. I think God hates me. I think he just likes to fuck with me. last time Kula did this, he DM'd Corpse Husband, and I had to go and apologize for my chat not understanding boundaries. And at this point, I'm thinking of just taking away Kula's DMing privileges. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna figure it out. You did! You sent me a fucking screenshot! My brother is 6'6" and his ex is 4'11". Whew! I'm not gonna say it because it's a family member. I'm not gonna say it because they're a family member, but I need you to know. I came real close to saying something, and it was not appropriate, but I'm having self-control. Somebody please feed me a brownie for my self-control on this day. It may have been someone else. I doubt it. Sounds like something Kula would do. Ooh. Into your garden. Your garden. Your garden. Ooh. Look, this song's about eating pussy. I'm not even joking with y'all right now. This is a gorgeous song about how much this man wants to eat puss. There at the window, I'm right outside. Come out and let me in. Forbidden fruit all on my mind. You greet me with a kiss, baby. Sweet place. Blueberries, I swear I love the taste. I gotta tell me in tonight. Put your lip on silent, put your lips on mine. Let's get started. This is you and I love Metal Gear Rising. I've never played, actually. I've never played any Metal Gear game. Your garden. Your pussy. I'm not gonna let this man pretend like he's not singing about puss. Ooh. Hold up. I love pussy. I love puss. I love pussy. More like a hack and slash? Fascinating. See, Gore's played so many fucking games, and every single time I'm like, that's cool. What's a game? Used to be a major skill. How are they not touching? Okay. We're fine. Sorry, I had to lose my shit for a second. Into and inspire free. You're a rich little boy who's had to work for his toys. You've got all the abilities. Oh, of a lemon to try. Oh, no, I'm not your little slave. No, I don't twist and turn that way. Only got bad things to say. You're only asking what is up with me. Could never tell you what happened the day I turned 17. The rise of a king and the fall of a queen. Oh, 17. 17. Oh, you are embarrassed of me, 'cause I use my tongue freely. Bet you wish I couldn't speak. 'Cause when I do, you know, I tell you why you're being weak. You want a hustle-free life. Go get an upper-class wife. She's got all the personality, oh, of a lemon that has been truly sucked dry. How to behave, I'm about to question the way I was brought up as a baby. Well, you don't know fuck about my family. Could never tell you what happened the day I turned 17. The rise of a king and the fall of a queen. Oh, 17. 17. Oh, 17. The rise of a king and the fall of a queen. Oh, 17. I never felt like a princess. I used to kid myself in this dress that it was just how things were meant to be. Oh, 17. 17. This is becoming a karaoke stream while I panic. I wasn't even like reading chat. I was so focused on just singing and panicking. Real hot girl shit. And if the beat lied, you know Lil Juke made it. Body body yaddy 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 body yaddy 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 body crazy curvy wavy big titties little waist. Body crazy curvy wavy big titties little waist. Body yaddy 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 yaddy. Damn. Thank you for the hydrate. Ugh. Hold on, I gotta scroll back up and chat. Confirmed, did not DM that man. I don't talk to men. Homophobic. Body yaddy 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 yaddy. Oh, there's a spider on my foot. Buddy, go away. Buddy, go away. Bye. Okay, bye. Yaddy 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 yaddy. I sunk a bunch of time into Hades too. I have too, honestly. I need to finish it. I finished going up. I haven't beat Chronos yet though. Or as much up as you can go right now with the early access. I play my 3 gachas and then go back to Digimon. Valid. Oh, 2322! That's good. Thank you guys for the hydrate. There's a what on your foot? Don't worry about it. He's gone. Don't worry about it, Gore. Sorry, I forgot you have arachnophobia. I forgot I'm the only bitch in this house with a penis. Who will eat me with the panties on? I'm waiting for it to fully come out. Yeah, that's very fair. I originally was like, I'm gonna wait for it to come out, and then they dropped the early access, and I was like, never mind, I can't wait. That's part of why I've kind of stopped streaming it. Not because I'm not having fun with it anymore, but just because I know a lot of my chat is waiting for it to come out, and I feel bad that like people can't enjoy stream because they are trying to avoid spoilers. It makes me feel a little guilty for streaming it. So I'm waiting for it to come out officially. Why did I do that? God damn it. Shit, fuck. Ooh, this is my jam. Y'all know a white man sings this? Not that that's a bad thing. It just took me by surprise. I wasn't expecting it. I hear the crystal raindrops fall and the beauty of it all. I'm shining through. Dun, 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 dun. I feel the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all is when the sun comes shining through. I make those raindrops in my mind when I think of you sometimes, and I want to spend some time with you. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. I did not play Digimon. I thought they were Pokemon, but for gay people, and I'm turned out to be a gay person, but I still haven't played it. To those who wait, but not to those who wait too late. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Building our castles in the sky. Just the two of us. You and I. Balls! Hi Richard! How are you? I've beaten Kronos. I'm trying to unlock all the things. That's fair. I need to do that too. I had my fill at the playtest. That's very valid. You can have a Digimon farm. Can I fuck the Digimon in my Digimon farm? Because if not, I'm not interested. Sorry, that snort was me laughing at myself because the moment those words sprung to my brain, I went, somebody's gonna go, ugh, out loud. Why does my water taste like detergent? I don't know. Why'd you put detergent in your water? Probably answer that question. Oh my god, I'm so fucking ass at this game. It's because I just fucking flick things and I don't think. It's canned water? Well, fucking that answers your question. Who drinks canned water, you freak? I didn't want to call you that, but it's... God, my fucking mouth to... My brain to mouth right now is not good. I'm just saying everything that comes into my head. Where is my filter? Where did it go? Why did it leave me? What happened? Ballin'! Hell yeah. Digimon is Pokemon if those mons did war crimes? That's fair. I just don't like the fact that their evolutions, like, are not consistent. It freaks me out. I don't like not knowing what I'm gonna get. I thought we established that I have anxiety. Oh god. Oh, fuck me. Oh, okay, cool. I love when my brain and mouth are out of sync. I love it when Peach is ovulating! Sorry, that is a fucking crazy sentence, Kula. I love it when my favorite streamer's ovulating. Makes her more feral. Like, huh? What? Why would you say that? Oh my god. That's so fucking funny. Holy shit. What are you talking about, Peach, little dude? The sexy angel lady is totally logical progression. Yeah, totally. Totes. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm still laughing my fucking ass off. I love it when Peach is ovulating. Such a fucking funny sentence. How did I fuck that so badly? I don't even know. But what if I can't decide if I want my cat to evolve into a cat girl angel or cat dragon? Yeah, see... You wanna know what's even better, Peach? Sometimes the between game... What? What? Sorry, I did read that the way it was written. My brain just decided it wanted gibberish to come out of my mouth. Because gibberish is all I feel. Hold on, I'm just gonna rip chunks of my hair out real quick. Okay, there we go. We're good. Oh, hell yeah. Whores in this house, indeed. Since everybody wants to talk about me ovulating all of a sudden. 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. And it's chat in this house. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember we did the Digimon Smasher Pass. You remember that, Gore? A couple years ago. We did the Digimon Smasher Pass, which was so confusing for me, a non-Digimon fan, to be like, why does this Digimon come next? And Gore to be like, oh, because that's what they evolve into. And I'm like, what? She do be getting weird. Uh-oh. Is that clip gonna make me want to jump off the side of a cliff? Oh boy. My ADHD is like locked into this fucking game, by the way, so if I suddenly stop reading chat for a little bit, it's because I'm like locked in. Yeah, if I ever stop talking, I'm just- it's because I'm like, wah, 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 wah. Would you fucking move? Thank you. Thank you! No! God damn it. Alright, there we go. When I ride the dick, I'm gonna spell my name. Do y'all spell your name when you ride dick? Oh. Oh, this is rough. Is this WAP? Don't you already want to jump off a cliff? It comes and goes. Oh god. I like that sometimes it sounds like popcorn. God, I sound like a fucking toddler. I like that sometimes it sounds like popcorn. My disappointment for missing the Digimon Smasher Pass is immeasurable. That was very many years ago. We lived in a different house. Now, when I came back, the first thing I heard was wet ass pussy. I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but I am. God, you know, the day I stop surprising y'all is the day I want y'all to put me down, like the dog I am. Or how to shoot a combo. And we won't know that I fucked his bitch before he could, cause I turned her gay, cause I'm a run. It's not the lyrics to this song. Take a Louis Bell sucker from both headlights. Maybe next time he'll think before he cheats. I will tell you, ma'am, he won't think before he cheats next time. He'll just try and do it slicker. Tonight karaoke. Macaroni in a pot is iconic. True. Why did I pronounce pot with an accent? Like, what the fuck? Bathroom polo. She don't know. Why is this woman so aggressive? Actually, you know what? I get it. I realized I got it way faster than I, Hello? Hello, hello. Can you go down? Ooh. You wanna go down? Okay. There we go. 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 There we go, sexy. There we go. I don't know why I'm talking to myself like that. It's inappropriate. I'm so sorry to be speaking so inappropriately on my Christian stream. Oh, fuck. Alright. 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 Yeah. Slide it over. Slide it over. Good job. Good job. Good job. Fuck it up. Oh yeah, fuck it up. I know, it's a little tight. It's a little tight. It's okay though. It's alright. It's not alright. This is a Christian stream? We must have failed as a church. Okay, it's not a Christian stream. But it is, however, a cult. Is Yuri cucking a thing? Yeah? I mean, I imagine. Like, I'm back and go... That's a lie. I'm a Kisses version. Valid. This song's playing at a Chili's a couple days ago. Thank God. Tight is preferred. We could be a Christian cult? Nah. We are a cult of our own. We are a tragedy cult. The Christians have nothing on us. The Christians ain't got shit on us, gang. Nitroglycerin. Good night, Kula. Don't die in your sleep. Sorry, that sounded more ominous than I intended for it to sound. My bad. That came out a little bit more ominous than I originally expected. Peach is the second coming. Why did you spell it that way? I had a horrible nightmare last night. Nah, that was probably my fault. I'll take responsibility. What the fuck, Richard? Wee. We're the only religion in the world that won't offer you eternal peace. True, yeah. You will get nothing but chaos and confusion. But if that makes you happy, who am I to tell you no? We don't do the whole eternal peace here. We are tragedy. It is what it is. You can't ask me to be something I'm not. It's not legal. It's not fair. Wee! Wee! You let me violate you. You let me penetrate you. Fuck! You let me penetrate you. I have so many songs that are just about fucking. And for whatever reason, they are all playing right now. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me find a way from myself. I wanna fuck you like an animal. I wanna feel you from the inside. I wanna fuck you like an animal. My whole existence is flawed. You get me closer to God. How to fuck someone with pussy so good that it makes you feel closer to God. You can't help my adoration. You can't help the way that it brings. You can't help my efforts of faith. You can't help my everything. Help me down my reason. Help me some sex you can smell. Help me, you make me conflict. Help me get you somebody else. I wanna fuck you like an animal. I wanna feel you from the inside. I wanna fuck you like an animal. My whole existence is flawed. You bring me closer to God. Why the fuck did I do that? What the hell? Bum, 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 bum. There we go. I didn't think that through. Unless... God, I'm good. Sorry, I'm not reading chat. I, like, zoned in. Damn. Do. What is gore? Gore is a healthy servant. As a Christian, I must say this is technically a part of the lore. Hell yeah, it is. Your playlist knows what it's doing. It seems like it. I'm a Pontiff Gore. Yeah, please do, actually. Father Gore. Father, dear hands, I commend my spirit. Father, dear hands, why have you forsaken me? God, I love this song. It is so good. It's so chunky, I think is why I love it so much. Just everything about it feels good. You feel it in your clit, man. That's the first sign of a good song, is when you can feel it in your clit. You know what I mean? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Core is the communal icky cookie. I don't know if he wants to be that. Fucking bangers after bangers, man! Straight twerking it to chat. The river running right into you. I've got a blood trail red into blue. Something you say or something you do. The taste of the divine. You got my body, flesh and bone, yeah. The sky above, the earth below. Take me past the edge. I wanna see the other side. I feel like my music taste is so, like, diverse. I should have done that. That was a mistake. The sky above, the earth below. Hope your butthole survived? What the fuck? What? You do that and I'll do it, but with anal instead? What? Huh? Sorry, I looked away from chat for a minute to fucking let my ADHD just lock in. And suddenly we're talking about anal? I can't do anal. I have a dainty girl butthole. I love that I say words and chat never knows if I'm being, like, serious or not. My entire streaming career is just one giant game of truth or truth, two truths, one lie. Chat is constantly trying to figure out if I'm being truthful or not. I like to keep you all on your toes. It's good exercise, being on your toes. Sorry. Only men are truly built for anal. It's a man's job. I agree. I agree. Y'all have less stuff going on in there. Anal truly is only for the manliest of men. If you're a manly man who does anal, raise your hand. I'd like to pray over you. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Today I'd like to give thanks to the Lord for blessing my men with juicy, juicy pussies that can handle any and every size dick thrown at them. Because truly, as the Lord commanded, anal is for the men. And I'm so proud of you for listening to the Lord's commandments and taking part in his most gracious of gifts that he has handed out to you. I need you to know that the Lord is proud. Let us pray. When my love, did I mistake you for a sign from God? Or are you really here to cut me off? Or maybe just to turn me on? As these days, I would be lying if I told you that I didn't wish that I could be your man. Oh, maybe make a good girl bad. I got a river running right into you. I've got a blood trail red into blue. Something you say or something you do, the taste of the divine. You've got my body, flesh and bone, the sky above, the earth below. Nothing to say and nowhere to go. The taste of the divine. Sorry, I really didn't need to like go into a whole sermon about assholes, but you know. You go where the spirit leads. Sometimes you just have to go where the spirit leads. And the spirit led me to pray over all men doing anal. Not because it's a sin, but because it's God's most gracious of gifts. And I am honored to see you all practicing. Sometimes the Holy Spirit wants to bless prostates. Yeah, and I think today was just one of those days. I think today the Holy Spirit was just like, let's bless some prostates today. You know, get it out there. Try something new. Blessing them prostates. And honestly, what a great God there is. My God is an awesome God. He reigns over prostates and assholes and anal gay sex. My God is an awesome God. I'm going to hell! Or I'm gonna get canceled for making fun of Christians. God. I don't know which one's worse. hell or having to deal with Christians on Twitter? Why not both? Oh god, it will be both. It will be both. With my luck, it's going to be both. My name is Tragedy for a reason. They can't cancel you, it's Pride. Good point. They're gonna have to wait until after Pride if they want to take me out. Had to be some motivated fuckers. They're willing to wait me out. To your heart. This is this, David. I wanna see me falling apart. I love you. My favorite bit is singing to music and then for no known reason just going really hard, like as whoever sang the song like broke your heart. It's so funny to me. Sleeping with the moon and the stars, I won't leave you when home. Yeah, just like, yeah. In to your heart. It's a good song. It's a good song. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't gotta hold on to me, yeah. Just pop it up. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. God knows I'm gonna tear up my throat. Gotta hold on me, yeah. So this isn't just pop it up. Oh man, are we checking in? We checking in on me, making sure I'm not dying? Scooch, 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 scooch. Very good. Alright, I'm gonna need you to go down. Go down. Go down. Go down. How heavy do I have to make this for you to actually go down? Go down. Go down. Go down. Oh my god. Go down. Go down. Go down. Go down. Am I for real about to fucking lose this game because it doesn't want to go down? Go down? Oh my god. Hydrating. I have been playing this game for 4 hours. What the fuck? Hold on. I didn't even realize. This game is surprisingly fun. Bum, 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 bum. Balls! Why are you still here? Hold on. Somebody sent me something. What? Huh? No, it wasn't Zen. It was a friend of mine reached out to me about a client she's been having some issues with. Not really having issues with, just was struggling to get a hold of. And shit has progressed to a level that I did not think it could progress to. That is all. I will say no more on it besides that, because it is not my place to say anything about it. It just progressed very quickly and very strangely. And I'm a little scared of what just happened. Ooh. I'm not the best at showing my emotions. Deep end, you left me wide open. I'm sorry, I'm like in genuine shock right now. Hold on. I'm in genuine shock. I can't get over how it all went wrong. Would I let the words come together? Maybe I feel better. Oh. Hi, Jax. How are you? Hi, Raiders. Gore, can we get a shout out for Jax, please? If Gore's even here. I don't know if Gore's here. Gore might be doing stuff with the baby. How was your stream? I'll give you a shout out if Gore doesn't here in a minute. Oh, Gore got it. You were playing Chivalry 2. Ooh, how was that? I don't think I've ever played that. Dude. Sorry, I got some weird news just now, so I'm like processing it while I sit here. Very strange stuff. Very strange stuff. I'm always here. Well, sometimes you're feeding Bunny or, you know, giving her a bath or whatever, so you're not always here. You're usually here though, which I really do appreciate. Whose news? Kay sent me some news about that one client that she has. It somehow got stranger. Yeah, so I'll talk to you about it later because there's nothing I know that you do not also know. But Jax, I hope you had a good stream. I hope it was fun. Take a break if you need to. Go grab yourself some food or water or just go rest if you need to. Thank you so much for the raid. It's so good to see you. I am processing, so I'm kind of like not all here. Played for the first time. It's pretty chaotic. Oh, okay. What's it about if you have the energy to talk to me about it? I know after stream sometimes I'm like, I don't have the energy to talk to nobody. Go to hell. It's like a medieval knight fighting game, 64 by 60. Oh my god, yeah, that does sound chaotic. Okay, that didn't work. That didn't go to plan. Fucking fascinating. Huh. Sorry, I am deeply troubled all of a sudden. It's very strange. I'm just sitting, processing. Just give me a couple more minutes. Let me figure this out. See, I think maybe I'm not good at this game because I try and rush it. I don't wait for things to roll where they're gonna roll, you know? Oh, Scarborough Fair season just ended. Do you need to talk about it? No, it's not like upsetting. It's just like strange and I don't really know how to like fully wrap my head around it. That's all. I'll get there. The whole situation just ended up way stranger than it was, and I didn't think that that was gonna end up being possible. Let's just say I saw the situation going one way, and the situation went in a completely different direction that I was not expecting. That's all. Tell him to make me a cambric shirt. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Build it down so seed or needlework. true love of mine. You have archers or knights, the other raiding or defending, and you have a time limit that you have to reach your objective by. Huh! That actually sounds kind of cool. I'm way into, like, knights and armor and, like, all that kind of jazz, so I might have to check that out. Fascinating. Tell him to find me a neighbor of land. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Between the salt water and the sea strands, there will be a true love of mine. It's free on Epic? Ooh, I might try that out then. Alright, I think this is gonna be my last game. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember you to all who lives there. Here once was true love of mine. Alright, we're rolling. Indeed, to eat and take care of some things. Alright, thank you so much for coming by. Enjoy your meal and enjoy taking care of some stuff. I appreciate even being able to see you. God damn. Sorry, I wasn't expecting this fucking... But thank you for coming by. It was nice to see you. It's been a minute since we last saw each other, so it's nice to see your name in chat again. I hope I haven't gotten, like, worse since the last time, we saw each other. Cool, I thought you were going to bed! What happened? They killed Abraham Lincoln? Yeah! Yeah, Kula, that happened a long time ago, bud. Abraham Lincoln's been dead for a minute, buddy. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. What year are you in, bud? I always forget that this song is... The lyrics in this song are from the perspective of a mating frog. It's very funny. I have the strangest of music. Not chat fucking it up. Get it, gang. I love glancing over and y'all are just fucking it up over there. Fuck it up, chat! Oh shit, fuck me. Oh yes, baby. The song is a bop, that's true. Yeah, I get it. Hey, look, we were literally having a conversation about this song yesterday on stream. It's about this man. dog. Player, I get it. Player, I get it. Hound dog, hound dog, hound dog. Come on. God damn it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, there we go. I love chat discovering that I know a lot of weird, unrelatable facts about how people die. Because I have a weird fascination with weird ways of dying. Ain't nothing but a hound dog, hound dog, hound dog. That's not what I was trying to do. God damn it. I fucked up. Player, I get it. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, hound dog, hound dog. I love Yiggy yesterday being like, was Elvis Presley a bad person? I don't know why, but the way that was worded cracked me the fuck up. It was like she was genuinely distraught about the news. And I was like, I didn't realize you liked Elvis Presley like that. God, it's so fucking funny. Is this the fucking version from Singor? Or do we have the normal version of this song? Nope, it's... Okay, this is the normal version. I got nervous. Alright. I'm still standing redder than I've ever been. Looking like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing. Damn, Basil! Shit! Sorry, I'm looking at the scoreboard. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sing was really good. I actually really liked that. Yeah, sure. God damn, Basil. I'm right underneath buff. Oh, I'm right underneath buff. I'm 5th. I'm over Bun, though. I'm over Freem. I'm over Boo. Oh. Tell me who's gonna save me from myself. This life is all I know. God damn it, I'm being compared to Bao again. How am I getting compared to Bao again? Why does this keep happening to me? Why does this keep happening to me? Why? Why? Because Bao is a wolf fucker, and because I'm a wolf fucker, I must be copying Bao. No, I just find wolves sexy. There could be a lot of people in the world that find wolves sexy. Damn. There's a lot of bitches in this world that find fucking werewolves sexy. I'm not the only one. Bao's not the only one. This happens every time. This happens every time. Maybe y'all get double team played. Oh, Kula, you tagged me in Athel's PC, and the way that that actually fits my aesthetic so... Hold on, chat, I'll show you. The way this PC actually fits my aesthetic is definitely a choice. Because now I want it. Hold on. What about this is the furry fucker? What about this PC screams furry fucker to you? It's gorgeous. Stained glass with the wolf on it? That's fucking gorgeous. Are you kidding me? That's absolutely stunning. Yeah, it looks like a chapel. That matches my 2.0 re-debut so well. That is fucking gorgeous. I would fuck there. Yeah, I'd fuck in there. Stop calling me a wolf fucker. I'm gonna get you. Stop calling me a wolf fucker. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna fucking get you. I swear to God. I'm gonna fucking kill you. I've never played Kingdom Hearts. We might play it on stream at some point, actually. Later on down the line. You can find me in your wife's DMs. Oh no. Oh no. You might like it. I probably will. It was a favorite of a close friend of mine who is no longer on this earth. So I've always wanted to play, but I've just been kind of taking my time on getting to it because I know I'll probably cry during it. So I've been taking my time during it. But honestly, I think it's worth crying over. Alright. Your beauty is beyond compare, with flaming locks of auburn hair, with ivory skin, and eyes of emerald green. We're gonna do a raid. Let me see. Thou is like a breath of spring, and your voice is off like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. We're gonna raid Basil, but I don't know how much longer he's gonna be streaming, so... Nothing I can do to keep from crying when you calls your name Jolene. Like a cry piece? It is, yeah. I can easily understand how you could easily take my man, but you don't know what he means to me, Jolene. Alright, copy the raid message. I'm gonna send you off to Basil. Tell him to be worse at fucking... at my balls game so I can beat his score. And I will see y'all in 2 days, because I'm taking the next 2 days off. Mwah! Love you. Bye. Be nice. Be nice. Bye.